feel like my mic is kind of quiet. What's that about? Oh, I see what that's about. Maybe that's a little bit better. It still looks kind of quiet. The gain setting is right. Maybe I'm just not being loud enough. Weird. Why is the level so slow? Is it this? No. All right, well let me know if I'm too quiet, cuz I guess something got fucked up. Wait, am I even on the right mic? Is that the problem? Hang on, hang on. Advanced properties. Wow, that's not at all what I want. I know it's that. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I might have to. Hang on. Okay, chat's saying it's real quiet, so let's spend some time and figure that out. I have no idea why that would be. I haven't changed a single damn setting. Very quiet. What the fuck? All right. Let's this is going to take some troubleshooting, unfortunately. Let's see. Hide all. Properties. Nope, that's the correct mic. Gotta make sure everything's plugged in correctly. Does that change it? No, that doesn't change it. Maybe some of that. No. I don't want to change it there. Because it's not a gain issue. Because here I put up the gain and then it's like really loud. That's probably not good to listen to because I probably peak more. I hope something isn't like actually broken. This is not a problem I've experienced before. Maybe I have something open and that's like fucking it up. I don't know. Hang on. How is it if I just fucking boost my gain like way too much? Is that bad? Does it peak? Is it terrible to listen to? What is the issue, man? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna play around with some stuff. Okay, we plugged back in. Nope, still quiet. Closet Demon says it didn't change. Okay, well, fuck me. Why can't I go... See, because currently in OBS, I have it dialed all the way over. And, oh wait, why is my name all the way up there? Hang on, let's move the name down. Should we move chat? Should we put chat over here? I have to boost you like halfway. Yeah, I mean, I can see on OBS that I'm only about like half as loud as I'm supposed to be. Which again doesn't make any sense. I haven't changed a single goddamn setting. Zenimus's hot take draw women. That is, you know, in general, that's my goal. Gate noise reduction, blah, 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 blah. That's not my issue. From the control. Okay, I have done that. Did I like... Can I like artificially fuck with my gain? How is that? Is that bad? Hotter take draw Ben Quadraneros. People really are talking about Ben Quadraneros today. Your sound quality is only as good as the potato of a phone I use. All right, in that case, everyone needs to get a lot worse speakers right now. Zenim says it sounds better. I'll be honest, this is like a rookie ass thing to say. I did not realize that OBS had sound filters, and whoa. This is how I'm learning that there's green in my coffee cup. Whoa. always just kind of interpret this cup as being blue, but I guess there are like green leaves on it and stuff. 2026 is the year of BenQ, I guess. Sounds the same but louder, so now I don't need to turn everything else down. Okay. Sounds the same but louder. I mean, let's go more. Okay, that's a closer to where I normally am, I think. And then this is cool. Sorry, I did not know I could. I should have been using, oh shit. I should have been using these the whole time. I should have been doing like noise gate and I don't know. 3-band equalizer maybe? No peaking yet, still good? Okay. If we're not peaking, if I'm not peak, then we're good. It's all uphill from here. All right, speaking of fixing things, if you were here last time for you're down to 15 on my TV volume. Excellent, Maxine. Hello to Maxine's entire apartment. All right. If you were watching last time, you know that we have the fucking green screen now, which is, I like it, but it's a little bit weird. But now my lighting is better because it's not fucking gray outside. So we're gonna come in here and make it so I'm less desaturated. Stream camera, filters, color correction. A little more color in them cheeks. Maybe a little bit less. No, that's a little bit less of that, maybe. God, my hair is so brown these days. I'll just make myself less and less opaque. All right, I think we're probably fine as is. Whoa, I'm blue now. That's my attack. Wow, I can make my red shirt. Okay, I'm done playing with OBS. Considering I live alone, my plushies and Roombas say hello. All right, so we're doing a drawing stream today because I did not want to decide on a game. I was probably going to do 1,000 times Resist, but I also didn't want to have to figure out how to make a thumbnail for a game I haven't played. That's always surprisingly difficult. I have to figure out like vaguely what the game is about without actually knowing anything. So this is what we did last time we drew on stream. We finished Signalis kind of early 2 weeks ago, and I did more of this. I sketched in the hair and this. It's me, if you couldn't tell. We're not going to continue this. We're going to open up a new page, do stuff that's entirely new. I have not had any time to draw since that stream. So, because I have been editing and doing similar things for, you know, the actual show on this channel. So, we're going to open up a new page, custom document. Yeah, we'll just do widescreen predefined. Once I have a situation, we'll like turn on some music or something. I'm thinking we go kind of chill. I'm thinking maybe Animal Crossing New Leaf or something for the music. This is not here. We'll just do. What are good numbers? We're gonna do 2000. 3,000. 1,000. Good enough. Wow. Did I do 3,000, 1,000? That was a mistake. Getting rid of that. Getting rid of that. All right. New. We did do 3,000, 1,000. Let's do 3,000, 2,000. That seems a little bit better. There we go. All right. We're going to do just a normal-ass background, but we're also going to have a texture layer. And I'm going to make that texture layer exactly what I have over here because I think it's good. That is a texture from the website Texture Labs, which has free textures that I use all the time. Did that work? See, it's on overlay, so it's hard to tell. But I think, yeah, it's 63 opacity, and then I believe properties overlay. Okay, we're good on that. Sarah was raising an eyebrow at my funky ass, what's it called? Canvas size. All right, we want a really, really neutral color. I have to remember how to use my fucking drawing tablet. Let's see. This is the brush button. Oh, wait, we don't want that. We don't want that. Wait, redo that. Okay. Gonna get rid of that layer, and here's a paint layer. Okay. On the background, we're going to go with something kind of neutral, something kind of nice. I think we're gonna warm it up. Ooh, maybe like this peachy. That sounds kind of nice. Anyone know where I can find out how to get into the electric core on Giants Deep in Outer Wilds? I can tell you that, Egg, like where you have to figure it out. The place that I remember it being exposited, there's probably a couple of different places, but it's where Feldspar talks about it. Feldspar of Outer Wild Ventures talks about it, and I will not tell you more about that if you don't want me to, because that has some other spoilers with it, but no, yeah, I like this more yellow. I guess we could go even more. That's kind of nice, but I think it's, yeah, we'll go with this. All right. It's funny that Borg Gullet is of a sentient species. That octopus creature is just a guy. Saw's coworker. Do you think he's Saw's coworker? Do you think it's like... Do you think he's like imprisoned the same as anyone else? You know? Because I feel like the stuff that Borg Gullet does, that's a creature in distress, right? Borg Gullets don't naturally do that unless they're in captivity. I bet. I'm, assuming. Okay, we're gonna do some of this, and then we're gonna take our base color, warm it up a little, because that's how you are supposed to do it, I guess. Borg Gullet weirds me the hell out. What, you're not into big flat tentacles? Skill issue, you know? The orange jellyfish. I don't know how to use that, though. Do you want me to tell you how? It's not super complicated, and it's not like a huge spoiler if I do say. I think he wants to torture Imperials for the love of the game. He works a 9 to 5 messing up brains. True. Okay, we're going to do this. I don't really know. I have, like, very few ideas. Let me go to my reference folder. Let me go to my reference Discord channel. Egghead says, sure, please tell me. So, anyone who hasn't played Outer Wilds, mute right now. The jellyfish go in and out of the core on Giants Deep. You want to physically, not in your ship or anything, just like as yourself, astronaut, go under the jellyfish and be inside the jellyfish. And the jellyfish will move down with you inside and enter the core of Giants Deep. I believe is how that works. It's been a couple of years since I played that game. Some of that, some of this, some of that. I think I need to like change how I'm doing my references. I kind of just post stuff to my personal Discord as well. It's so much easier for me than doing something like a Pinterest board, you know? Draw a fat mermaid. I don't know if I could draw a mermaid. I think the tail is daunting. Here, I'll draw, you know what? We'll draw a water cooler. Hang on. Oh shit. No, stop that. Stop that. Water cooler. Speaking of which, let me do some music. Animal Crossing in my soup. Make the mermaid a ray maid? Is that a thing? I've never seen a ray maid before. Presumably like a stingray or a manta ray, you know? playlist. Draw fish top, human bottom, mermaid. I don't think I can get away with that on stream. This one's 2 hours. That seems adequate. I'm so excited to get random ass ads. All right, I gotta get past the goddamn ads. You gotta challenge yourself. Okay, we'll start with top half fish. We'll start with top half fish and we'll go from there, okay? Okay. Music. That's probably good. That's probably not too loud. Okay, it's a little bit too loud for me. Change that. That seems good. All right. Fine. Fine. I've only seen 2 arts of Ray Maids. Okay. I'm Googling this concept, Ray Maid. Not Googling. Oh, wow. Apparently... Oh, it's fucking... Okay. Okay, there are a few. People have drawn it. I'm not equipped for this. We're drawing top half fish. I think you could draw a mermaid Padawan once we get the fish going. Ooh, we should do like a catfish. I've never drawn a fish before, so catfish. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I like this. I like this dude. This guy's kind of chill. Actually, we should go just like see what the Wikipedia picture is. Okay, these are not actually good pictures. Okay. All right. This is what we're starting with. Oh shit. All right. This is our Wikipedia catfish. I don't know. Kind of the main thing I've been trying to push myself to do is draw like figures and human beings and stuff, because I just never pushed myself to learn how to do that ever. But all right, we're gonna go. Should we go a little darker? Watching found footage ass caving vids along this cozy stream. That sounds spooky as hell. Okay, is that right? We're gonna go with yes. We're gonna take chat and put it to the side. Yeah, there you guys go. All right. Gonna draw a goddamn fish. So there's obviously that like classic like kind of SpongeBob ass top half fish design where it's like this and then does that how fish look? Gills. And then this kind of looks like a shark. Yeah, tummy. And then you have the, I guess, dividing line. And then it's just some fucking leggies, right? So I think we shouldn't do this. I think this is a cop-out. I think this has been done. So we're going to try to make it like a fish man, you know? Probably not a man, probably a woman, but we'll get there when we come to it. Do I have any OCs? No, I do not. I am unfortunately not built that way. My original ideas are entirely in the realm of media literacy. Not media literacy, media crit. Even then, they're not that original. All right, let's kind of vibe out what our fish woman would look like. No, that's too... We need it weirder. We need it... The thing about a fish is that it's, like, inherently alien. At least to me. It's kind of got these, like, nostril holes, but the nostril holes have, like, the whiskers. So... That seems kind of right. You kind of have to, like... the lips. And then it's starting to look kind of like a frog, which we might have to kind of solve. Okay, that's kind of fishy. My original ideas exist in my head where they'll hopefully stay. I mean, don't count yourself out too much. Putting things out there is good for you, I think. At least it is for me. It keeps me actually doing stuff, you know? I have no idea if this is... The thing about some fish is that they have these, like... They have these, like, flippers where they're kind of... You know, they're... You have the, like, joint part and then the, like, webbing. And I cannot say I understand that. This seems like a good start. Okay. Obviously, she's kind of on the small side here on the canvas, but it's kind of nice to just have ideas. I do recommend, if you're a person who be having ideas about stuff, I recommend across the board, write them down. Even if you're not going to do anything, write your ideas down. I don't write enough of my ideas down, and it's like actively a problem. All right. This is our fish woman. I think she's going to be a catfish. She probably needs this like almost jawbone ass where her gills are. That seems right? Now, here's my issue. I don't know how we're going to pose the bottom half. So we could have her kind of sitting on a thing, you know, where it's like, I don't know. Let's see. I have to think about it. This as like a human being now, which is kind of hard. So I don't know. You have kind of a pelvis-y shape. The pelvis is like three-dimensional kind of. And then that might not be far enough up. Hang on. Let's take this and just move the entire unit. So, whoa, shit. We've been drawing on the background this whole time. All right, it's time to redraw some shit then. And I guess with that, we'll kind of refine our ideas. So, do some of this and some of that. And then we'll make sure it's got this, like, I don't know what this, like, structural, cause it's not the webbing itself, but it's like the wingers on a dragon, you know? As a writer, I always make sure to write down any ideas that pop into my head as well. Sometimes you might just get the perfect idea for what to write, and it's easy to forget. It's so easy to forget. I have such a habit of like, idly thinking about what I want to write, or like a piece of analysis to do, and I'm like, I'll remember that. And then I never do. I never remember it. I am not like mentally together enough to remember that kind of shit. You know, I think she seems chill. That's a pretty okay head shape. I don't know if that's... I do like the idea of making her eyes bigger than this, but we should probably just play it safe. Yeah. Okay. What do we have so far? That much. Okay, so she needs her back fin. I don't know if we've really got the angle of the back fin okay. It feels like it's not... It doesn't look like three-dimensionally on there. Not that that matters that much, but you wanna make things feel correct, right? Okay, let's get some whiskers in. That's how to make her feel like a catfish. All right. That is too long. Yeah, okay, that'll do. And then we get the kind of weird-ass nostril whiskers. All right. Is that everything? Basically. Here, we'll come in and do a little bit more on the eye, and then yeah, that seems pretty good. And then we'll kind of resume our like pelvis drawing. It's like 3-dimensional, and you want to kind of come here. Okay, good enough. So now we gotta switch our color, and we're gonna just fully delete this layer. Bring up a new layer, and all right, we back. Usually when I write something, it's more like a manic state where I just gotta get something out, but I do want to write more, so I need to make an organized system. Historically, my best system has just been a notes, like, you know, for me, has just been actively maintaining, like, notes that I can access between both my phone and my computer. Like, that combination is really important. But the thing is that historically I've used Google Keep, and that is, at least to me, less and less tenable because I less and less want to use Google products because they ain't great, and I don't like the AI everywhere. And okay, so let's see. This fish woman, her head is here, but then this is going to be kind of her middle. So do I want to try to... God, what is the, like, anatomy here? I don't know, man. Is it going to be, like, kind of a... Because part of me is kind of thinking, like, what if she's, like, sitting on, like, the edge of a pier, right? Doesn't that feel kind of right? But then she's maybe, like, kicking her little Pete's. But that just doesn't feel quite on, you know? Alright, that's a little bit better. That's kind of a thighs situation. I don't know if that's... We're probably gonna have to find a fucking reference picture. Ooh. This looks extremely silly. I know silly was the point, but good lord. That's, like, not quite right for the knees, but we'll just fucking get there, you know? Feet are kind of like this, and then... I feel like the foot would be pointing down more. Alright, that left leg is not long enough. Frankly, neither of these are quite shaped like legs, but we'll get to that eventually. The knee is, like, not far enough out is my problem. Okay, now it's too far out. That's a new problem. That seems like a start, you know? That seems like a start. We really should get some fucking reference in here. Me trying to draw from my own, like, mind the shape of a human is, you know, for me, a bad idea. I'm not built like that. You know, I tend in my own, like, drawings to make legs pretty long, so let's trend towards not doing that. How about? Okay. What's she gonna be wearing? Part of me's kind of thinking, like, what if we do, like, cutoff shorts? But how do we make that look cute? Fish head, human legs is kind of just what a frog is. I think you and I might have some very different legs, if that's how you see human legs. I don't know. Or maybe we do like... I want a little more... I feel the shape of the body is not like as round as I want it to be. Like it's not soft. It's not giving soft. And I like it when my drawings give like a little bit softer. Yeah, okay. So if she's wearing... Ooh, what if she's like wearing like a beach hat, you know? Fishnets? That's a really funny joke. I might do that. We might do like goth at the beach or something. So I'm thinking like one of those like wine mom vacation hats, you know? The like kind of straw ones. I think something like that, right? Right? No, that's not... That's right on the side, but it needs to be more like that. Yeah, okay. And then maybe long term she can have like wine mom sunglasses. Maybe she has a fish hook on her as a piercing. Oh, that's so smart. Part of me's thinking like lip piercing, but I don't know if that's gonna be... No, maybe a lip piercing would work. We could also try septum. What an earring look like? Like fish hook, like that? Maybe it'd be further up. Maybe it'd be like... I feel like in actuality, if you were a fish and you wanted a piercing, you'd get like a gill piercing, right? That just seems like a great spot to do it. Okay, hang on. How do we do like a little dot and then we... That does make it feel a bit more like a... Should be wearing any jewelry? Like, should she wear like a necklace? That seems silly. We can't be silly over here with this fucking fish draw. Oh, pardon me. Hiccup. With this fucking fish drawing. No, that's not right. Is it like this? That's close-ish. Gill or fin piercing? Yeah. I bet the fins can probably... Yeah, like the back fin. You'd totally pierce the back fin if you were an alt fish. Since they're pretty vulnerable, gills, I think it makes a lot of sense because like people be piercing their tongues and stuff, you know? Currently, she just kind of looks like a fisherman, which is cute, but not quite what I'm looking for. I still feel like there's too much structure in her upper thigh here. I think part of it is that I'm not working at the correct angles. I think, yeah, the problem is that the legs are too, like, in profile, too much in profile compared to the fish body. So we're gonna fully start these leggies over. Fin piercings are fun. I agree. Honestly, I would pierce my fins if I had fins. Man, I don't want to listen to fucking KK Slider. There we go. Let's do this a little faster. All right, that's a bit better. So... if the fish is sitting, maybe the fish shouldn't be sitting. Maybe the fish should be swimming. I kind of want to try to give her flip-flops, but I don't know if that's going to be practical. But what if instead she's kind of swimming, like, and she's like mid-paddle? Is that how swimming works? Okay, hang on. I have to think about if this were a human woman. Yeah, okay. And I feel like ideally the foot in front would be crossed in front. That'll make it feel more like swimming. Something like this. Maybe. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. That's a little bit better. And then, you know, we're doing okay. Wow. Okay, these are some very shapely legs. She's very, very toned because she swims so much. Okay, that seems a little bit better. The foot is obviously not she's not footing, but yeah, okay, we're doing fine. Now after all, can we do some, like, I'm thinking like tattered like jean shorts, you know? That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. I like this. I am worried that the angles are not right, but I guess that's I just don't want to try to fix that now. So we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. Does she have a fishtail? I wasn't thinking so because we were thinking top half fish, bottom half human, and humans don't normally have fishtails. But she has a fishtail. I think she'll look like a lizard, you know? And that seems probably not ideal. Yeah, that seems less than ideal if you're a fish. I don't know. We talked about giving her flip-flops. I think that is still probably the move. But how? The thing is that in order to give her flip-flops, we have to figure out the shape of the foot. And that is a tall class. Let's see. How do flip-flops fit? So you have the, like, thing in the... You have one... That seems right. A fin along the tailbone? I guess, but then would it really be visible? We'll think about that. We'll think about it. These feet are like, don't feel like they're structurally long enough. Yeah, these feet are not, they do not spark joy. Yeah, sure. All right. Flip-flops are shaped like this. Flip-flops are shaped like this. The thing is that I'm trying to draw on this flip-floppies, these flippy flops, because I want to get a feel for, like, how she looks and is dressed. Okay, that's a start. Now, people suggested fishnets, and I personally feel like fishnets would be too much because she's swimming. I think swimming in fishnets is... like, does not seem comfortable. And also, she is wearing flip-flops. I personally would never wear flip-flops with fishnets. Obviously, you could, but I will say this is kind of funny, but we're just gonna put the kibosh on that. We do not need it. Okay. These are gonna be jeans, so you want kind of a that situation, and kind of a this, kind of a pockety. I want to make sure she has the belt loops, and part of me feels like this is like a bitch who would wear an anklet, you know? Like an embroidered anklet given to her by her high school best friend. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Yeah, that seems kind of right. That feels like her vibe. Unless, would the anklet be on this one? Yeah, the anklet would be on the other foot. Anklet would be kind of like this angle. Man, I really fucked myself with the angles here in this drawing. I'm going to have to look up a reference for the feet, and I just don't want to look up a bunch of feet pictures on stream. The thing is that I refuse to be the type of coward who's, like, afraid of drawing feet. Not because I think that I'm somehow, like, superior to people who draw feet, but and like, people who don't want to. But because I know that if I let myself avoid it, I will literally never do it. So we will be figuring out these feet eventually. I really like the anklet. Yeah, I'm really feeling it. That feels like this bitch, you know? Okay, we'll get back to that. Angles aren't real, they can't hurt you. Angles are everything, unfortunately. She's so cute, but I wanna... We're gonna give fishy eyeliner, I think. Yeah. I still want to find, like, Wine Mom sunglasses. How would those work? Wine Mom sunglasses. Show me. Yeah, maybe something like this. Kind of like the dark red, like Wayfarers almost. We'll just kind of feel these out. The problem is that in order for them to look anywhere near right, they're probably going to have to be, like, fucking massive. Which, you know, in that way, does not feel very Wine Mom of her. Yeah, I don't know about the glasses. But we'll get back to them. The fin piercing idea has inspired me with the concept of an angel whose halo was attached via piercing. Piercing to where? Angles isn't real. It's just an OC Marks made up. I'm pretty sure Marks was Angle's pen name, actually. I don't appreciate you spreading falsehoods. Okay. You know what? We're not super far ahead, but I think we're going to add in some color. We're going to add in some color just to kind of vibe it out. So, I kind of am thinking glasses gives a dad fishing kind of feel. I agree. In general, that's our problem. Oh, you know what? What would help? What would help us avoid the dad fishing? We need to give her some, like, blushies. Yeah. Give her the blush. Yeah, that's our bitch. Hell yeah. I love her. I think Marks was Angle's OC. Yes, exactly. Oh, the lip, eye, ear, typical. Oh, so you're thinking just like a normal ass piercing, but it's their halo. That's a really cool, like, you know, in Good Omens when the like angel and demon characters are just like going around as humans. That feels like something they would have. Is just like a septum piercing that's their halo, which I find really charming as a concept. All right, let's color her. My instinct is to go with kind of a blue, kind of like a maybe aquamarine, but I don't want to get too bright with it. So maybe we to keep it kind of gray. How do we make her look like good? Okay, we'll start with this. Is this green enough? I think no. I think this makes her look like a shark. Take it a little bit further into that sort of teal zone. There we go. All right, we're coloring her in to get kind of a feel for our like color blocking and stuff, and then we'll figure it out from there. So I was going to do, I was like imagining her shorts as like a washed black, like denim, but it might make more sense to, God, what was I gonna say? It might make more sense to do it as like a contrasting color, like almost like an orange even. Okay, whatever. We're gonna stop playing with the opacity of it. Okay, that seems okay. The side fins are very pointy compared to the back pin, which is extremely round. We might need to kind of resolve that. Resolve that tension. All right. Bleach dyed shorts? That's kind of an idea. I don't hate it. Bleach orange? Yeah, let's see if we can find some good reference for that. And if I feel like I can kind of ape that, that might be nice. Okay, that... it seems really bright. But bright is good, right? Bright is cute. There we go. That's a little bit more life. There we go. Okay. We're gonna do a little bit of the like blushy coloring right now. So I feel like that would trend, yeah, a little bit in that direction. And let's lower the opacity. Yeah, that's okay. And obviously there's like some of the orange on top for the line art. We'll fix that when we come to it. Okay. Closet Demon suggested like bleach orange. Let's just search bleach dye. One of the issues is that if we were to do like a bleach dye look, it would be a very similar color to our background. Yeah, that's so similar to the background. God, I love bleach dyed stuff. I don't have any bleach dyed clothing, but I want it so badly. I see bleach dyeing sometimes at like flea markets and stuff, and I always want to get like a shirt or something because it is absolutely my kind of style. Now, okay, let's just play around with doing some like, should we do like warm blacks? Maybe this like purple. Do some of this. Okay, we'll try this. Bleach dye can be very dark and reddy. I guess that's true. I guess that is true. Okay, this might be too saturated. Yeah, this is probably too saturated. So let's... That might be better, maybe. I'm not going to pretend that I'm like the best at complementing colors to other colors. I wonder if anyone's got a piercing on that bit of skin between the thumb and index finger. That's a fun thought. That seems like it'd be a bitch to heal. There's got to be someone, surely. In all of human history, that's definitely happened. But I bet it'd be a bitch to heal, and I bet it hurt. I bet it hurt a decent amount. You know, I think this color is the wrong direction. Let's try. Yeah, let's try like a rustier, almost like. Okay, that seems like a better direction. And maybe we'll do her shorts in the same color. That seems a little closer to. I don't know if we're successfully. Oh, you know what we need to do? I think I keep saying wine mom. I think she needs to be holding a wine glass. I really do. Piercing the webbing would be an interesting fidget. It would be. I'm a person who really likes the aesthetic of wearing a lot of rings, but I struggle with rings because I find myself like playing with them or moving them even when I don't realize. Like sometimes I'll put rings on in a certain way, and then later in the day I'll just discover that they're on different fingers without that even being like a conscious choice that I make. And that always bugs me because sometimes it makes my, like, if I'm especially fidgety, sometimes I can like accidentally irritate the skin on my fingers just because I'm like messing with them so much. Okay. Now, it might behoove us to get kind of an acid wash look out of these, but I don't know. That might take some trial and error. Okay. Okay, and let's kind of take our eraser to it. This is cute. She's cute. I like her. I'm feeling it. She's really silly, but that's the point, right? All right, let's kind of mess up these. This would probably be easier if I actually, like, pulled up any reference for anything, but the thing is that I'm cruising. It's so hard to want to pull up reference if you're cruising. We're gonna have to get that, like... Yeah, okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah, alright. Alright, obviously we still have some of the, like, the jank from the brush that we're using, so we'll eliminate some of that with... We'll go in with a lighter color. To give it that, like, distressed look. And we'll do some distressing here. And we'll do some distressing here. Oh, that is too big a brush. I should probably make my brush smaller, but again, it's so hard to stop when you're just doing it already, you know? Silly drawings are good practice because less pressure to be perfect. I agree. I think that is a fantastic ethos. That's something I really have had to unlearn is for a lot of my life, I have only done stuff like drawing as a means to an end. So it's really important for me to focus on drawing for the sake of it. Okay, that's a start. It's not perfect. In general, I think we need more of the like. Oh, whoopsie. More of that like acid wash texture. Now, we should probably change our brush for that. Maybe something like this. Yeah, that's okay. And then, so that's probably going to be primarily like on the top. That might be too big. That is too big. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong drawing. Brennan Marr is in the chat. How's it going, Brennan? I hope your day is going well. Hope you had a good Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's to all who celebrate. Happy late Valentine's. If you're aromantic, then happy 15th of February, you know? You count. I've heard. Okay, I don't know if this is actually working on the texture front, but... it's kind of a mix. All right, well... Now, for her skin tone, I'm kind of thinking, like, lighter skin that's tanned, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right... Okay, that is much too saturated for what we already have going on, because everything else is so heavily saturated already. Nope, still too much. Bring it over here, bring it over there. Okay, that's just fully gray. Yeah, we need like this. Oh, wait, that's still just gray. That might be a bit better. That's pretty good. Maybe she has green freckles on her legs and her human skin tone freckled on the green. Ooh, yeah. We'll try to play with, like, fish speckles, you know? Should I desaturate this less? No, the issue is not the saturation. We go to saturation and we make it a little bit lighter. That seems pretty good. It's like kind of ashy, so once we're done, we'll see if we want to change it. I have to figure out how freckled legs are supposed to look. I ain't got no freckles on my legs. I don't fucking know. These might be too pink. Yeah, I feel like these are too pink. That feels a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, I fuck with that. And then, yeah, our feet, we never figured out the feet, so. That don't seem quite right, but we'll get there. You know, not bad. Let's play with some of the skin tone color on her fins. See if we can kind of get that worked in. Probably not using the best brush for the job here. I should probably be doing like airbrush or something. Not bad. Okay, that's a little bit better. This bitch is very silly. Okay, that's a little bit better. Keeping that very much a gradient. And then on the human legs, I don't know if, oh, that is much too. That is much too. Like freckles would be on the top probably, right? I'm afraid it's gonna look like she has. That's not bad. Obviously, we'll like want to flesh these out more if we want them to look better, but you know, that's not a bad idea. Yay for double happy 15th of February wishes. I'm aromantic and have a girlfriend, and don't ask me how that works. It's complicated. Hey, listen. As much as we like to create labels to describe how people work, and that's not like useless, they will inevitably be like a simplifying of the reality of things. Like there are a whole lot of sexual and relational categories that are just not what people think they are, because the reality of them is much messier and much weirder, right? Okay, I think we need to bring in the color of this. Kind of vary it. Maybe. I've been watching the 3rd season of Spy X Family with my girlfriend. It was being released on Crunchyroll, which I don't have a subscription to because they seem like a bad company. And so I put off watching it because it started, the dubbed version started in... not quite. The dubbed version started in like last October. And let me tell you, I'm like 5 episodes in. It's very good. It is very strong. The best part about Spy X Family is that it's got a lot of character and it's a really fun premise, and the family stuff is great. And the worst parts about Spy X Family are the like occasional bits of like misogyny, but also that it's sometimes very difficult to like change the status quo. And I like the 3rd season has not done that, but it has complicated the status quo somewhat, and that is nice. I hope it continues to do that. Spots on the back look really good. Yeah, I think I like it. They feel kind of flat because I did them like, I drew them as like circles facing the facing us and not facing out, but I do think it's really cute. I wonder if we should have, yeah, probably like some speckles on the fins too. And maybe we can get, ooh, yeah. I was watching something on Crunchyroll recently, but I think the subtitles were AI generated. It was just unwatchably bad. That does not surprise me. That stuff is everywhere, man. A couple weeks ago, I caught myself being kind of lazy when I was starting to Google stuff on my phone. So I've started to switch over away from using like Google browser on my phone and stuff, because I don't want AI. I don't want to get lazy and use AI search. It doesn't do what I want search to do. But I got so used to letting Google give me like the top results before they had their AI stuff that's genuinely difficult not to like still do that. I think Crunchyroll fired their subtitle staff like a year ago. That's nuts. Listen, if there's one place where generative AI could be like pretty okay, it is in translation. You'd have to find a way to train it and operate it ethically. But you know, I believe that that is a place where that technology makes a ton of sense. That being said, oh my god, if you're an anime company, you cannot get rid of your subtitling staff. That's ridiculous. Like, what do you think you're for? I mean, like, obviously, if you're like an English-speaking anime company, there are plenty of non-English-speaking Japanese or anime companies that is not what they're there for. Okay, that's kind of nice on the fish part, but I think the spots on the legs are kind of missing some dimensions. So we'll. I feel like the back is also not quite as smooth as I wish it was. So what if we hit it with some of this like light legs color? I think that's correct. Here, we'll be liberal with it, and then we'll go back and correct it with the like greenish blue color. Translation is literally an art, and good translation can completely change how you see work. Absolutely. We live in this world where one of the myths of language is that you can just like plug that like translation is a process where you just it's like moving a measurement from grams into pounds, right? And that is just not what translation is. It is not a conversion, it is adaptation. But people just do not understand that. And listen, on some level I get why that is, because people aren't really expected to understand that. There's no reason for people to understand that. Your hair looks really good here. Is it tied back or cut short? It is in a clip. I would love to have short hair again, but my current haircut is so much fun for me that I really like how kind of boyish it looks when it's up, but you know, because I'm not like I'm not super feminine in my presentation. That's just not really what I'm about. So it's pretty enjoyable to have a haircut that still has kind of a mask leaning style when it's up or down, and that's pretty damn fun. So I'm sure I'll lose my patience and chop off all my hair in like 2 years at the most, but for now it's just up. Ooh, we never colored in the anklet. We gotta do that soon. Soon. My other big takeaway is that the Emily Wilson translation of the Odyssey is good. I have not read that. Is it good? I need to know that hair care routine. Pretty simple. I wash and condition it every 3 or so days. I use like a curl. God, what's it called? I use like a curl mask that my girlfriend got me this winter. Is that the right color? Huh, I guess so. My girlfriend got me this winter, which has done really well for me. And then I use, I have like a curl oil that I use sometimes. And I use, my hair is like natural some curl to it. So I use specifically like a curl shampoo and conditioner. Because I'm not a person who really likes to do my hair. As much as I'm like a makeup person, I'm not good at doing hair. I've never learned to be good at doing hair. I didn't take the time, and it still doesn't really make sense to me. Compared to a lot of other things. So I'm very much a person who likes my hair to be like ready to go as is, and a lot of that is leaning into my natural curl and shape and stuff. That seems right. Some of these dots just do not feel right because they're like too big here on the back. All right, let's go back to the leggies. So I think we need some of the like light dots on the leggies. Oh, that is the wrong color. That is the wrong color. We're gonna come in here and get this. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. I like maintaining longer hair. I did cut it relatively short last summer, so it'll grow out more evenly. That is the balance to strike. I was really close to taking my hair back to being in a bob when I got it cut for the first time in Portland. And then I just kind of ended up working out a sort of... It was going to be a wolf cut, and then it turned a little bit more mullety. And ideally, I mean, I like my hair a little bit more trimmed than this. I like my bangs a little shorter, but it's just hard to... It's hard to get to the hairdresser. It's hard to get to the hairdresser. It's hard to get my shit together enough to go regularly. And also, you know, it costs money. But that was just such a... I don't know. The more I grow out my hair with this current hairstyle, the more I like it. Which is funny. Like, currently my hair is the longest it's ever been. And that will probably continue for a while just because it only adds to the current style. When I've talked about this before on stream, there are a lot of trans femmes that like to grow out their hair, like, really far. And I'm just not about that. I'm not doing it for it to be long. I'm not doing it for it to be feminine. I just like how it looks, you know? Not that people who do it because they like the femininity of it don't like how it looks, but that's kind of cute. It kind of looks like paint speckles, but that's probably good, you know? That's probably not a bad thing. We'll try to get some on the feet. I think that'll look a little more cohesive. All right. All right. I think we need to get the color of the shorts a little bit better. I said we were going to fix the legs. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Because part of me doesn't even want to touch the line art, the like really sketchy line art. I think it's fun as is. Let's do... think I'm gonna change what the music is soon. Animal Crossing New Leaf is making me... It's making me too comfortable, you know? It's making me complacent. Button in the front. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. That makes these look a bit better. Yeah, that's a bit nicer. Now they read as jeans. All right, it's still like pretty sketchy and pretty silly, but it is better. God, the dots add so much texture to the rest of it that I really feel like it should be more. Maybe we should come in. Let's go in with a darker line color. I still want to keep it. I'm not going to do black, but maybe something like this. And we'll go over the top of all of it. And use this guy. Is this too... No, it's too thin. Is this too gray? This might be too gray. Doesn't feel quite right. Maybe it's not dark enough. Maybe it's too dark. No, that is too dark. That is too dark. Okay, that's very gray, but maybe that's correct. No. More warmth, more warmth, more warmth. Maybe give her a lighter belly like fish have? I might. This is kind of green, kind of dark. No. This is not going my way. Okay. Final answer. Yes. Yeah, okay. This is the correct color. Okay, we've got the whiskers. Hang on, we should bring up our fish again. There we go. Can remind ourselves what those lips are supposed to be shaped like. I think once we're done with the line art here, we might move on to a new drawing. So get thinking what you want me to be doing. I will do it if I like the idea. If I like the idea. You have to have a good idea first. No free handouts, except for, you know, the ones you deserve. There we go. She's so cute. She's such a cutie. Fit indeed. Alderbedo x Ben Quaterneros Yowie kissing. I am not drawing that. I refuse to imagine spend Quadraneros in any intimate situations. I think that is far too much to expect of me to ever subject myself to. We never ended up giving her a wine glass, so we might have to do that last. There we go. All right, we're gonna get some more angles on this fin, I think. Yeah, that's a little bit better. The angle still does not feel right to me. But frankly, that might be a problem with... Yeah, that is a problem with the bottom line, not any of the others. That's a little bit better. It's not perfect, but... My good ideas belong to me. All right, fine. Be selfish. See if I care. I don't even need your ideas. I have so many ideas. Like a different fish. Cute animated clothing like a scarf, all dressed up and going for a walk. Wait, the scarf is dressed up? Not like a person is dressed up in a scarf, but the scarf itself is all dressed up. Okay. There we go. I think this is going pretty well. Here, you know what we'll do next is we'll do something on like a really dark background with a light pen color or marker color. So we'll try to go like a bit messier with it. I mean, not that this isn't messy, but you'll see what I have in mind. We'll just pick something within that. All right, not bad, not bad. Because it's animated and sentient? That sounds so difficult, but, you know, maybe. I don't know if I'm built like that, but I'm willing to consider. No. This is so goofy, but she's so cute. Y'all have had some very good ideas regarding our catfish woman. Hee 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 hee. Alright. I gotta get the shape of this hat again. Okay, that seems adequate. Yeah. This color looks a little bit odd on that hat color. Draw tough, the last worker on timber hearth. Would that be one of the fucking Hearthian people? Those dudes are weird. They got a bunch of arms. All right. I think now we still need to figure out the like lip piercing, but we'll come back to that, I think. Yeah, let's try to nail down. Yeah. That seems okay to me. Garbotoxins 840 wants me to draw a fish. Which, you know, we could draw an actual fish instead of fish woman. We might, we'll come back. Okay. Right. Gotta figure out the toes situation. Okay. That seems okay. Yeah, alright, alright. Man, we're still figuring out how to do the whole digital art thing. It is not easy. But it is very satisfying to just watch it all come together. All right, so this is the foot that we just never were able to figure out even like a lick of what the shape would be. So, no. Some of this, kind of a... See, it needs to be kind of a... Sorry, I'm locked the fuck in on this foot. All right, let's closer. Let's see if there's anything we missed on our new line art pass. Oh. No, that seems about right. All right, this foot is still a mess, but, you know. Make an angel Sona. Everyone needs me. Or everyone needs one. You're not biased. Oh, you know, maybe. Maybe. Should we come in here and do... Okay, let's give some line definition to the tattered jeans. The thing is that I don't think I could have an angel Sona. I think I would never want to be an angel, you know? Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven or whatever. Just me and Satan, we're buds, you know? Seems okay. All right, she's far from perfect. Someone recommended that we give Madame Le Fiche, Madame La Poisson. Someone recommended that we give her a lighter stomach, and I think we're gonna do that. Fallen angel Sona, just an angel falling down the stars, bumping their head on every single one. All right, that was definitely a good decision on changing this back fin. The thing about how I've been doing this is that have not been well defining like what layer is what and what layer is for what. That's probably not good. It's so much easier just to not think about that sort of thing when I'm on stream. On what layer? Okay, that's one of them. So there we go. But what about the rest of it? One up. One down. Where the fuck are these freckles? There they are. Oh, shit. Apparently, they're on our line art layer, which is probably bad. Okay. Let's get a lighter of that and get our airbrush tool. Yeah, that's probably correct. Now we just need to do it on its own layer. And actually, I think that's a little bit too blue. So let's go greener with it. Yeah, I think that's cute. Wow, that really makes her look like a fish. Crazy. Crazy how when you do the things that make things look like a fish, they look more like a fish. Then we're just gonna kind of carve that out so it looks like just her stomach. Was that correct? Yes. Okay. Should I mention that Angel is the German word for fishing rod? Like angler, I guess. Huh. Go figure. Even after Signalis, we're still learning new German words. Everyone say thank you, Egghead, in the chat. If you don't thank Egghead, you will be banned for a year. So I will tell the mods to get your ass. All right. Is she is she done? I'm unclear. I feel like the hat is not there. She's not up to our standards. To our exacting artistic standards. Oh, whoopsie. I wonder... Interesting dulling the eyes like that. That's kind of cute. I kind of like that. Like, obviously it's still stylized, but it's less capital C cartoony, which is nice. Oh, whoopsie. All right. Get some of that color in there. Everyone's saying thank you, Egghead, in the chat. They took my threat seriously. As well they should. I think our line art is not the best here, but I like how the sort of like texturing and coloring is coming out on the fish part. On these leggies, I think in a similar vein to what we did on the fish tummy, we should do some like almost like blushy color on the knees. Is it this? Yes. Okay. Oh wait, we never cleaned this up. There we go. That's why it looked weird. There's some green in the air between a fit and the head. All right, we'll fix that in a second. Thank you for calling it out, garbotoxins. Between the fin and the head? Oh, sure enough. That's very subtle. Good catch. All right, I think that's most of it. All right, let's go back to the leggies. Get this color, and we're gonna get it a bit more pink. And switch over to the airbrush. And is that too... Yeah, that's a little bit too much color. Now, do I want to change that with the tone? Yes, I do. Okay. And then... I think that's probably the right call. Does that look right? Maybe. Oh, we still have some of this old skin color left over from before, from when we tried that pink color. Man, I wanna fix this fucking foot because I kind of want to give her painted toenails, but oh fuck. Oh my god, we fully just forgot about the ankle, the like anklet. Oh my god. How could we do this? So it was what, like 7? Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, so that's gonna be like... So we're gonna zoom out to kind of get a feel for it. Yeah, that's better. I've been trying to tell you about the anklet. I'm sorry, Closet Demon. I'm sorry. I'm so locked in on the canvas. It's hard to read chat. I'm a bad streamer. This is horrible streamer etiquette. Not even grateful for the people doing my noticing work for me. All right. So the texture of this, I am kind of thinking of as like a bracelet that a friend of mine in high school gave me. Okay, so I think just for a cohesive picture, it should have some of the green that's on her. Okay. And then there's also the piercings. Yeah, we're going to go back to the piercings. The trouble is that for them to stand out, I don't want to do them with the line art. So we'll see if we can get that to work. All right. Let's take the dark red and see if that's what we want. Because I feel like there definitely needs to be like a lighter color in here. Yeah, there needs to be something else. Maybe some of her hat color. Yeah. We'll get some of that in there. But I think that the third color that we go with needs to be... I still do not fuck with the hat color and the shorts color. Not quite. It's just not quite right for me for some reason. But let's try... Maybe there's like a yellow that could be cute. I guess we could also just fully go with white. Like, that wouldn't look bad. What about her eye color? Let's try that. I think that's cute. You could add a yellow band to the hat and then yellow in the anklet. I was thinking about adding a band to the hat. I like that you were thinking the same thing, because that probably means it's a good idea. Let's... It probably has to be like a pretty light yellow. Yeah. Okay, we're cooking. Closet Demon fixed it for us. Because I was like, okay, well, I could do like a light color on the anklet. And then I was thinking, well, I should add a band to the hat also. But I was telling myself that it would be a bad idea to add in like a different color on the hat and not just do like a lighter version of what's already on the hat. But no, we're doing this. Little bow to be cute? Yes. You're cooking. You are cooking. What if we just make this bead yellow? Yeah, I like that. All right. Let's kind of... Maybe a pin? Ooh. What do you think the pins would be? That's not geometrically right. It'd be like this? We'll figure that out. I like how it looks like the fish ref is named Ellie. Oh my god, it does. Hang on. Listen, there are a lot of Ellies in this world, for better or for worse. So, we're gonna... There we go. I kind of forgot that the fish ref was still on screen. Fish love me, women hate me on the hat. That's kind of smart. Maybe I'll do fish want me, women want me. That sounds pretty good. Okay. Let's figure out what's wrong with this hat band. Something like that. That's a little bit better. That is a little bit better. But I think it needs to be... Something about that feels kind of right, you know? She ain't perfect, but who is? All right. Okay. Should be men fear me. Ooh, yeah, we might do that. We might do that. All right, we need to add in the bow per what a Sarah said. So a bow on a hat like this would be kind of this shape. And then this shape. All right. That might do it. Too light. And probably too saturated. Too mac and cheese. There we go. That's a little bit better. No, still too much. Still too much. Still too much. Too much of a difference, I think. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. The bow is such a cute addition. I feel like the angle's kind of wonky, but it stands out in a way that I like, so. All right. Now, she still needs some kind of piercing. She needs some kind of piercing. Also, we never did the flip-flops, but honestly, we might not bother. I still have not fixed this fucking foot, and I just don't know if I want to, because part of me wants to move on to something else. Oh, I feel like she should have eyeshadow of some kind. So we're gonna take this light color over here. I don't know if that quite works. Does that read as eyeshadow? Maybe we'll just do a light eyeshadow. Other than like that like shiny look. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just out to her wing. All right. Now, we talked about a piercing. Oh, whoopsie. Wrong picture. We talked about a piercing. We talked about the lip piercing. I just don't know. Does that look cute? I feel like that's not cohesive somehow, you know? In general, her outfit does not go with itself. We could also do like a fishhook charm on the hat. That might be cute. Like that. She could have like beads hanging from it or something. That could be cute. I kind of want to do that. I like the idea of giving her piercings, but I don't know if I can make them look good, you know? Padawan braid fishhook? True. That is what it's doing. I'm gonna look up fish hooks. Hang on. Huh. Fish hook has 2 H's in it. Interesting. Never thought about that. Oh, I'm making it too question mark shaped. I see my issue. I see my issue. So it's a lot more of a this than this. Nope, not quite. There we go. That looks a bit more like a fish hook. That's cute. She's cute. I think we'll call it. I think we'll call it on her. What do we save this as? We'll just save it as string. All right. Cool. Cool. Well, that's our fish woman done. I don't know if she's like done, but because I don't feel like she's like complete as a drawing. I feel like she could probably use some more things to make her look whatever. But no, we're moving on. I said that the next thing I did would be on like a darker canvas. So we'll do that real quick. We'll make that happen. Lots of types of fishing hat hooks. Yeah, that's true. But I want one that like feels like a fish hook at a glance, you know? This one's maybe a little bit too long, but we're leaving it. We're calling it. We're not going to fix the foot. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to go the fuck ahead. I'm going to do this and fill. Oh, and you know what else? What else? We'll do... Because fish have bubbles, right? Yeah, that's cute. Yeah, that's so cute. That's so cute. And then maybe we'll do... Fuck. Did I do the bubbles on the background? I need to stop doing this, man. I want to do like a... Maybe this brush? That's not bad. Yeah, I think we'll do that, and then we'll do... Okay, not quite that, but something like that. I have no idea what this is right here. There's like a blob of yellow, and I just don't know what it's from. Oh, here it is. It's apparently from our freckles layer. All right. Go back over here. Bring our paintbrush. Maybe bigger. I can't. I really have no idea what's gonna like work, you know? I feel like actually let's do a different brush. No, that's not enough of a brush. Maybe like this? That might be too brushy. No. Oh, absolutely not. Maybe this one is the answer. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Could do kind of a... that? Okay, one last one. One last one. This is going to be it. Ready? Sure. Sure. Good enough. And we're going to come back in and we're going to redo our bubbles since we kind of had to go over them. I'm going to get that color. We're going to get our pencil. All right. There we go. Kind of a finished picture. The foot's not done. I'm not happy with the shorts. I feel like some of the colors don't work, but she's good enough. She is good enough. You know what? We'll just fucking make a new one. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to deal with all the layers from this. I don't know what this fish's name is, but, you know. Do you really need a name? Does anyone need a name? I know I don't. All right. If we can remove the fishing hook anatomy, I'll give me my name back. Okay. Let's go with... Catfish have barbs. Can you imagine getting stabbed by a fish girl? That's gotta be someone's kink. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Maybe? Maybe like that. Maybe like that. All right. What is it gonna be now? What should we draw? Honestly, I have no ideas. We're out of ideas. We drew one fish, and part of me wants to say we'll draw another fish, but I don't want to draw another fish. Fish barb edge play hours it is. You know, I ain't gonna kink shame. There's probably nothing wrong with that, so. That's nice. All right. Let's think. Let's think. What do I have on my desk? I have a roll of duct tape, which I'm totally nailing the shape of. Need something wings. I like wings. We'll try. You know, I haven't drawn wings since I was like 12, but we could do some wings. We could do some wings. Catfish have barbs. Maybe her name's Barbara. Oh my god, her name is Barbara. Oh my god, her name is Barbara. Her name is Barbara, and I am putting it on the picture. That is not at all what we should be using. All right. I feel like that name placement doesn't quite work. Hang on. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love her. She's perfect. Duct tape girl with duct tape wings. Oh my god. How would I do that? I'm really into the idea of duct tape wings, but I just here, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about how I would do that. What music should I do? Let me think. What do I like? What do I want to listen to? Maybe like it's scrap duct tape on. Yeah, they could be like taped on. They could be like cardboard wings. They could be like wings with like strips of duct tape as feathers, but that seems like that could be pretty damn hard. Yeah, cardboard wings. Yeah. I like the idea. Look at this. That's a fucking YouTube ad. One of the tough things about duct tape is it has this like really unique pardon me. It has this really unique texture, right? It has the like the almost like gritty texture. Duct tape ASMR. Is that pleasant? I assume it's not, but whatever. Poor girl is trying to alleviate her wing dysphoria. Listen, I understand you do what you need to do, but you don't have to resort to duct tape. There are better options. Okay, that's not... Is there... Oh, this is terrible. Can you just have duct tape? Yeah, I was, I, you know, I have duct tape. People have duct tape, right? But I specifically have duct tape over there because I needed a duct tape sound while editing the new episode of Daughters of Ferrix. I needed a duct tape sound, so. Duct tape Icarus girl. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of good. Duct tape Pit from Kid Icarus. Hang on. All right. You have masking tape on your desk so you won't judge. I appreciate that. Okay. Fuck it. Duct tape angel. I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to feel it out. Pit Kid Icarus. Duct tape. Construction. I have many weird things on my desk, but duct tape is not one of them. What weird shit do I have on my desk? I have a little Salt Lake City, Utah snow globe given to me by Sophie of Daughters of Ferrix fame. I have my black nail polish that I use constantly. I have fucking Crime Think pamphlet. God, anything else interesting? Oh, here's something. I have the oh, whoa. The blue gets fucked up. I have the palette for the Daughters of Ferrix graphics. That's important. Honestly, nothing I have is that bizarre right now. I guess I have a tube of thermal paste. Or like Leatherman. I honestly, most of the stuff on my desk, pretty normal. Which is not typical for me. I often have much... Oh, here's something. This is damaged because my cat broke it. But here's a fucking airbender necklace. It's missing a tassel, unfortunately. That's probably one of the weirder things I have on the desk. Y'all have an HRT knife? The hell you mean HRT knife? I'm familiar with needle, but knife seems to be taken a bit far. We're gonna search. What are we doing on that? I cannot think of what we were doing. Okay, we're doing the angel. We're doing that right. We gotta think of a pose. We gotta think of a pose. Let me think. I want something dynamic. Google HRT knife, you'll find it. Okay. HRT knife. Oh, it's a brand. Oh. It is a brand of knife. Oh my god. Different HRT, I assume. Smith & Wesson SWHRT9B, full tang spear point fixed blade. Okay. Okay, I understand now. I was thinking the other kind of HRT. God. Fuck it. Poses for art. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, some of these are indeed poses. I like this one. I like this pose a lot. Let's see. What else do we got? What's something like I can actually draw? Because I'm not good at figure drawing. Just reference. Smith & Wesson goes woke with new HRT knife. Honestly, based Smith & Wesson. Weston? Why did I say Weston? Smith & Wesson. Okay, I just feel like... Oh, you know what I should do? You know what I should do? So, Love Bullet is a manga where... it started, I think, last year. Anyway, I've been reading it. It's good. But basically where the main characters are, like, Cupids, but with guns. That's the premise. There are, like, more rules to it or whatever. We should draw one of these fuckers. We should draw one of these fuckers. Maybe we'll do, like... We don't have to, like, do exactly one of these characters, but I'm thinking we go with the, like, white and the red, and then it can have this, like, kind of scrappy put-together vibe. Okay, let's just pick something random. I'm going to click on something, and we're going to press... We're just going to cycle through, like, 15 images, and the 15th one we'll pick. Not bad, but no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is not working. This is not working out for me. Fuck. I also, frankly, would like photos. Shit. Fuck. Damn it. What am I doing, man? Oh, I got my arm on my fucking drawing tablet. Okay, you know what? I like some of these. I like how dynamic some of these are. This is an ArtStation artist. Oh God. My fucking email. My fucking old-ass emails. Directly on the stream. Because Pinterest cannot be helped. Whatever. Whatever, I don't use those anyway. Oh my god, I don't want the Pinterest. I want ArtStation. There we go. God, I hate Pinterest sometimes. Crazy to think that Pinterest used to be like a decent program. All right. I like this one. So I believe this is on ArtStation. This is from an artist called Howard Sue. Howard Sue actually is their name. And I really fuck with some of these. So we're gonna... I like this one. I like this one. So... Is that the... We're kind of fucking ourselves by not choosing one with wings already, but... What's the point of doing something easy, you know? Slurp up that personal info like noodles. Let me tell you, it's not that nourishing. It is not that nourishing. Okay, really quick, I'm just gonna get rid of the other shit on here. What the hell? What? Oh, my fucking program ain't working. There we go. All right. And we're just practicing, so it's fine to just choose a fuck-ass reference. I'm still learning. I'm still figuring out how to do this. Noodles are not very nourishing. Noodles are good for the soul, as I'm sure we're all familiar. All right. To Ring cameras it is. Oh, God. Say it is not so. Oh. Nope. Gotta keep that proportioned. Okay. I fuck with this. Oh. I fuck with this. I fuck with this. So, we're just gonna kind of vibe this out. And we'll start with this light color for our sketch, and then we'll dial it in more and more and more. Ring camera data is food for the soulless. Damn. I hope that ain't too small. Okay, that seems good. Maybe we'll go with normal ass wings for the character herself, and maybe her like gun will be taped together. Maybe we'll give her like we'll give her a doohickey, you know? We'll give her a Shinzo Abe doohickey or something like that. All right. So I'm just kind of interesting shaping in this reference picture. I really like how far like over her back is arched. That's something I look for a lot in references, is that I want kind of irregular like relationships between the body and the shoulders and stuff to give it a lot of personality. Not that I'm like especially good at doing that, but maybe she'll have heels. I don't know. We'll suss it out. I do not like how... So I'm listening to the Paper Mario 1000 Year Door remake soundtrack, and I do not like how this mix is like ending tracks. It's really annoying. I guess we could go with the original, but the remake is so good. The remake soundtrack is so high quality. Hmm. All right. This is not working for me. Okay, whatever. Whatever. We'll just go with the GameCube one. That's good too. All right. Back to the drawing. So we've got some nice like shaping on the calf here in the like reference. This needs to be further over, like more exaggerated. Here, we should probably just zoom out and feel it out first, you know? So this, nope, too far. Okay, that seems okay. All right. The reference has this like cute bob, which we could keep, but I'm undecided. All right. Not quite. Unclear if the lengths of these legs are correct, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. We're coming together. Not quite there, but we'll just kind of we'll keep figuring it out. It's not a big deal if it doesn't come together right away. It's all practice, right? It's practice in case I actually want to do anything specific at any point. Let's see. Kind of want this sort of shape, I think. Not quite. Not quite, not quite. We need it like more shallow. This. And then the reference has this great like shaping to this hand. Like really lovely. All right. It's a start. It's a start. Girl's chest isn't quite right, but you know. Who can't relate to that feeling? Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's start thinking about what our head is gonna look like. God, I am creating some problems for myself with some of these angles. We're gonna run into some issues. Because I am not skilled enough for some of these decisions that I'm making. Okay. It's far, far, far from perfect, but I think it's an issue of fleshing it out and seeing how it feels. So okay. We're removing these kind of figure lines. Hopefully that helps give us some of the dimension that we're needing. This is so silly. Great. Great. Okay. Okay. What is our girl going to be wearing? The torso just really does not look right. Hang on. Hang on. Let's think about this. There we go. Okay. That's a little bit better. That's a bit better. I think that I definitely struggle with when I'm drawing, not that I draw very much, to be clear, but I find it very difficult to draw, and I try to push myself too, like, I had a sketchbook that I was kind of occasionally doing stuff in last year, and I was trying to push myself to do some different things but, you know, mixed results. I have a very hard time drawing body types that are not pretty similar to my own. Because I feel like I, like, intuitively understand how my body is shaped. Which is, you know, a very limited way of doing things. I do not recommend doing it that way. And, like, I'm trying to branch out, of course. But it is so hard not to go, like, you know, pretty skinny, but also kind of bony is my sort of what I'm working with. And so, limited way of doing it. Okay, that thigh's a little bit better. Yeah, that is a bit better. Okay, that seems pretty good. Something like this. Yeah, that seems closer, certainly. Obviously, it's not, like, spot on to the reference, but, you know, we're partially past the reference. To some degree, we're just trying to end up with something that looks okay now. That looks like, you know, vaguely like an actual human being. I still feel like this far leg is pretty short. But that might be... Okay. Okay. What is harder to draw with body types or other body types? That is a good question. Let's see. Hands, I find kind of difficult when they're not, like, built very much like my own hands, which, as you can see, are pretty long. And, you know, I have skinny person hands, but I also have very long fingers, pretty, like, flat, like, broad palms. I have a hard time not doing that. Even drawing, like, I look at my partner's hands sometimes, and their hands are much smaller than mine, and I don't fully get how to draw that. I also think the, like, hip structure is pretty different. Pretty different in people who have, like, more fat on their body, or their hips are just wider. Like, the way that their belly meets the hip meets the thigh is a bit different, and in a way that I don't, like, fully comprehend, because I haven't, like, spent a lot of time drawing it, and I haven't spent a lot of time, like, looking at it, because it's not, like, on my own body, right? So I found that's, like, a little bit different. But it depends greatly on, like, the pose. It depends on what the goal is, what the body type is, etc. All right, this is an okay start. let's see if we can remove some of these extra, like, sketchy lines. We'll keep some of them for now, because they're trying to give us a sense of, like, form and whatever, but... Let's see, what are we going to do next? It might make sense to start to decide what our hair is going to look like. Maybe. Okay. A little bit of cleanup goes a long, long way. And we are good to go. All right. What are we going to do? Let's look at Love Bullet. Let's look at... Oh, yeah, they all have like these little skirts. That's not something I've really... I feel like I don't want to draw a skirt. I feel like I want something a little more practical. I do like the knee pads. That's kind of cute. But we could do like a knee pad outside, like a... Do like a cargo pants situation. Could do... Part of me kind of wants to draw a plate carrier, but I just don't know if I have that in me. if I'm like physically able to. I guess we should probably start thinking about the anatomy of the wings, which is going to be a little bit on the tricky side because that's not something I do ever. I'm just looking I'm looking at our fucking manga reference because to start thinking about it, because we do need to do something probably a bit more dynamic than this. Could have one kind of closed. We could have both kind of a this. Yeah, that could be okay. And then I guess like a feathery wings has these like has the like layers. So it has the outer ones which are really big. Like really big, really well defined. And then I don't know if this is quite here. We'll half-ass it for a second and just maybe some of this, maybe some of that. There we go. Why overthink it, right? Why overthink it? I don't think I've ever drawn wings on a human before in my entire life. Maybe. Maybe. Now, my instinct is to want to draw something with a little bit more bulk. It would also be really fun to try to draw a beret, but speaking of things I've never drawn in my life, I have never drawn a beret. And, you know, you'd want to build it on top of the hair normally, but... Or at least I would. Maybe you wouldn't. God, that is tricky. That is a tricky angle to get a hat like that at. We'll come back to it. All right. So almost certainly this is a boots, right? This is a boots situation. This girl be having boots. Probably on the shorter side. Because they just be normal ass like lace up boots. Lace up boots though. I guess there could also be like, man, I don't know. Should we draw a plate carrier? Yeah, let's just draw a plate carrier. I'll see if I can figure out how it goes on the body. Oh, God. Oh, God. American camouflage. All right, that's fine. That's, you know, inoffensive. So you've got, on this guy, you have these, like, this front panel kind of situation. And then it's buckled into these guys. A lot of hardware on this guy. Oh, and I see there's all this, like, Velcro on the front, which we'll see about. As far as the, like, straps on top go, they have these, like, pretty chunky cushions. So we probably want to include enough room for them. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Then the thinner straps, which hold it up. It's going to be probably up to here. Maybe? Is that too far up? No, that's appropriate. All right, that's fitting. Now, something we need to do is we need to make sure we have the, like, that three-dimensional shape to it. So it's coming out from the body a ways. Yeah, that's okay. That might not be far enough, frankly. All right. That's a little bit better. And then there's the part that goes around. That has like little pouchies and stuff. Alright, I don't know if that's like bulky enough, frankly. Okay, that's not bad. It does feel a little bit round on the body. Okay. Maybe. That is a pretty tricky thing that we decided to do. So, I think it's going down too far on her body. Maybe? Yeah, it feels like it's too far down. Is that... Unclear. Unclear. I definitely think we need to go with a... Oh, whoops. We need to go with a fingerless glove situation. That is a must. Obviously. Have I picked the next game already? That is a good question. I'm probably gonna do 1000x resist, because it sounds like it'll be fun. But, and frankly, until I was sitting down to work on a thumbnail yesterday, I was still going to play 1000x resist today. But I didn't want to thumbnail or do I didn't want to do a new game. It sounded hard. It sounded like it would be like an extra chore, you know? So, yeah, 1000x resist is the next game, and then from there it might end up being time for KOTOR 2, maybe. Uncertain though. That's a big might. Because as much fun as that would be, I don't... As much fun as that would be, I don't want to do it too soon and then lose steam on doing other things. Just because I like streaming. I like doing a variety of things. And when you're doing a long-ass game, that is the only thing you are up to. And, like, as much as I enjoyed playing Disco Elysium, it was, like... I had to keep getting myself, like, okay, more disco. Okay, more disco. Just, like, day after day after day after day. And that was tough. For me. Especially because disco was so, like, dense, right? And KOTOR 2 is also fairly dense. Like, not as much as disco, but... Alright, maybe. So, as far as hair goes, maybe we should just kind of try to do vaguely what the reference image is going with, and then we'll develop it more to our own tastes. Imagine how hairy feels. Yeah, I mean, imagine having all that happen in your head. Absolute nightmare. Hello, kitty cat. There is a kitten. I've started to dread big RPGs. Yeah, no, same. Well, started is maybe an exaggeration. I've always kind of dreaded big RPGs. They're a lot. I think everyone who plays them has, like, a different relationship to them. Okay. There we go. Got this choppy bob situation. This kitten is so big and yet curled up so small on my lap. All right, let's look at some of these berets and see if we can kind of understand how they sit on the head. So you have the like band, and then it comes over to that side. It's interesting how they're always going to the person's right side. I've never thought about that. All right, so we could do... If you have a beret, do you get to have bangs? That's the question. And I think probably not. I think I'm gonna search on woman. Because a lot of it's gonna be like hair up, right? Okay, and here's just like a beret as style. Okay, okay. That's vaguely helpful. It's like very, her hair's trimmed like very smart, so it's kind of up behind the ear. I think that's kind of what we want to go for, so. Nix the bangs, and then the beret will be on, like, against her forehead, like actual. I hope this is the right call. And then we're gonna come up and over. Berets are so silly, man. They're goofy, goofy hats. Isn't it? And the thing is that sometimes they look pretty good, but they're so silly. Maybe. Maybe. I think her hair here on the right does not make quite enough sense. Maybe we can get away with shifting this piece and then... That's certainly closer. That's definitely closer. Yeah, a little bit closer to her head. Oh, whoopsie. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Maybe. Okay. Unclear how I want this face to look. You know, that's not bad. Oh, hello. What's wrong? I think something tickled her nose or something. What was that? Oof. Such a big kitty. You have grown up so many. So many pounds. And by so many pounds, I mean like 7. 7 whole pounds. But still. Alright. She's looking like a person. Now, we have to figure out... We have to figure out her sort of bottom situation. I wonder if she ought to have... like short sleeves. That's kind of fun. It's kind of summery. Looking at a military uniform and saying, it's so summery. See, if she's short sleeves, then we could give her like elbow pads, which would be real cute. I don't know how that'll work like anatomically, but they'd be cute. Also give her shorts and give her knee pads. She just looks like a skater. Okay, these are just like vaguely conservative seeming tactical ads. What should she wear? I don't know. I don't know what she ought to wear. Again, my instinct is like a cargo pant, but that might be too bulky, you know? Can you give her like a parachute pant situation? That'd be kind of funny. No, that's too silly. Too silly for our silly drawing. Okay, you know, that's a personality, kind of. I don't really know what we want to do with the mouth. I have no idea. We'll leave it for later. Trouble is that I don't understand her vibe, you know? I'm unfamiliar with her game. Okay. As always, some cleanup helps us out. Yeah, I don't think the geometry of the plate carrier is quite working out, but that is an issue we will have to get to when we get there. God. Yawning. Because it is the afternoon. Did I ever finish my coffee? Not really. Well, that was cold. All right. I think these boots need a little bit more to kind of direct us at where the legs are gonna go, you know? We need to give these boots, at the very least, some soles. They also need some bigger toes, I think. Toes as it is makes them feel a little too small, a little too cute, you know? Not that I don't like a cute shoe. Well, I don't know. What I consider cute in shoes is honestly pretty chunky, pretty boxy, pretty big toes, so... Her feet seem really small for her frame. Not that that doesn't happen, but I feel like it would be worth it to make them a little bit bigger. God, the ability to edit stuff the way you can with digital art is so damn cool. I'm such a person who, like, when I'm making something, it's an extremely iterative process. It's why I cannot stand doing... Like, I hate editing text not on a digital word processor, because the ability to jump between sections and copy-paste stuff and shift things around, that is just, like, invaluable to me. And... one of the reasons why I was interested in digital art before I got anything for it was because I figured that I would be really similar for drawing. Okay. Once again, the right foot is just not feeling it. The way we have done this, it is substantially more complicated than our fish person, which is unfortunate, but I had the exact same thought. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where obviously you still have to do the work, right? There is no magic shortcut to doing any kind of creative pursuit, but I don't know. I'm just so messy as a creative person. I need to be able to sort of go wherever the wind takes me, is what I have found. That's not quite right. Let's see. So this is going to have to come up here and then down. Yeah. Yeah. And then some of this. Okay. This is a little bit tricky. We've put ourselves in a bit of a situation. I was thinking I should just paint my wall, then I could draw over that as soon as it dried. That would be really, really fun as an activity. Like, that sounds like a ton of fun. I would love to paint all over a wall. All right, so I'm just kind of thinking some pretty bulky pants. You know, kind of tucked into the boot sort of look. Okay. Now, again, I think it would make sense to kind of get some colors in and see if we like the shapes. Maybe that's foolish. Like, I don't know. I know it's not very refined, but I always just want to make it start to come together, you know? All right. I'm going to actually be right back because I need to feed some cats. I need to give them a snack. But then I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. There's food in the cats. And now there will be color in this drawing. Now, I definitely want to do a different skin color than Barbara, than the catfish. Honestly, it could be fun to go like a fair amount darker with her skin. But I don't know if it would make sense to make her a black woman because I drew her hair pretty straight. Not that no black women have straight hair, but I would want to do like more of a textured hair situation. So we'll vibe it out. Okay, that's kind of gray tone, but we'll try it. We'll try it. See if we like how it looks with the rest of everything, and then... That's cute. It's a good start. It's a good start. I guess we don't know how the rest of the colors will shake out, so... We'll draw her with that for now, and then... If we want to change it once there's some more colors, we will. I do not want that track anymore. Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. All right. Oh, whoops. She's cute. I like her. She's like not a person yet, right? She's still just a bunch of white lines, but I think we're going in a good direction. There's something very liberating about just doing whatever comes to mind based on what y'all say. It's like it makes it feel easy because I don't have to like think too hard about what it's gonna be. I can kind of just it's all about vibes. It's all about what feels good, and that is pretty important to me, I think, creatively. That's how I keep momentum. That's how I have a good time. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We'll do her hair on a different, or not her hair. We'll do her skin on a different layer than everything else. So the like Cupid angels in Love Bullet are mostly white with like red highlights and then this like nice pastel blue. We might just do that, but then I don't know, maybe her hair, I was assuming her hair would be black, but maybe it won't be. We'll play with it. Let's get a little sampling of that. Sure, we'll pull up the duct tape page. Okay. So that light blue is something I want to make sure I'm using kind of sparingly. Or do I? Okay. It's tricky because the light blue, it feels like will look a lot like the white because of this dark background. There's a kitty in my green screen again. She wants to cause mischief. We might go with a darker blue then, honestly. But we'll try this and then dial it in if it's a problem. Frankly, maybe we do all of the like clothing and gear blue and then we add in touches of white to see what looks good. That might make more sense, honestly. She's cute. I like her. All right. We're definitely gonna need to figure out something to distinguish this like plate carrier. Like we at least have to get the waistline, but we need to like draw a belt or figure something out there. Okay. I don't know what it is for me, but doing the digital art, adding in the color before I'm really done just helps so much with understanding what I'm looking at. Because, you know, in some sense it feels more like carving sometimes. Yeah, that'll do. That'll be just fine. I never fully figured out what her collar would be, and that's probably bad. That's probably not a good thing. She's kind of on the short side, but that's probably a good thing. That's probably cute. Egghead is going away. We will miss you, Egghead. Thanks for coming and tuning in. I know Draw on Stream is a little bit different than normal, but I think it's a good old time. And frankly, what is drawing if not a game? You know? All right, we're going to go up and there we go. I think we're going to do the white of the wings on a different layer still, just cuz they have to be white, right? Bye-bye, Egghead. Hope you have a good probably night, right? Presumably. Okay, maybe that blue's gonna be okay with the white, you know? That might be acceptable. Maybe. Unclear. Honestly, I might not wait until we finish this one up. I might end stream pretty soon here. Because I have some things that are worth doing. At the very least, I should go pick up a medication today, which is so fun to have to go do. So I'm on, like, a bunch of different medications, right? Because I survive. And as a result, I mean, none of my, like, prescriptions are that high. Like, my highest prescriptions are, like, 30 days, which I know is, like, several weeks, but it is not really enough for me. Because I feel like as soon as I get the medication, I get settled into taking it again, and then it's gone. And then I have to deal with the, like, hurdle that is, you know, filling the prescription, going to get it, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that is, you know, that can be really difficult for me. And so it's gotten to the point where a couple of times in the past few months, I just have been going for days and days without my shit because it's a pain in the ass to, like, go get it filled and whatever. And that's not good. That's not what you want. Oh, come on. Some very sharp wings. I wonder if they should be kind of, like, smoothed out, but it's unclear. I think we should try to do her hair in white. I really do. I think it would be really cute. But part of me wants to do the black. I don't know. We'll try both. We'll try both. Something we could do is we could do, like, a really, really, really dark blue. So it feels like a black, but... Oh, huh. I never colored in that glove. Whoopsie. This is pretty fun, you know? I like her. I think she looks good. I don't know if we'll get anywhere close to finishing her. But it's a fun sketch, even if we don't. I probably should have given her a weapon in her hand, but so it goes. Wow, I can't believe Daughters of Ferrix doesn't believe that women of color deserve to be armed against their oppressors. Problematic. That's probably correct. Okay, I guess we'll do some, like, cleanup passes. Oh, whoops, that is not the right color. Okay, that's better. Little tidier, little tidier. Okay. That is very cute. Let's go back to the wings layer. Let's try the hair. Pardon. Let's try the hair white, and then we will go and try a darker color after that. Oh, hang on. This is the wrong layer. That's fine. We'll just do a new hair layer. How about? Yeah, that was the right call. We'll do her eyebrows with the same. This little haircut we have given her. It is so cute. Okay. Pretty good. Now let's try a darker color on her hair and see if we like that more. So I'm gonna get that blue. Actually, no, we'll get this light blue, and then we'll come over. We'll just reduce its color a lot and do this. Hard to say. It's hard to say. They're both so cute is the thing. I like them both. She's a career woman, you know? She has ambitions. We'll keep the white for now, but we can always kind of play with it. All right. We'll flesh it out with some dark lines and stuff instead of this light gray. And then, you know, maybe we'll call it done. Maybe we'll just call it a fun little sketchy sketch. Okay, is this highlight gonna work or is it too much? It's kind of giving candy cane, which, you know, isn't bad, but isn't necessarily the vibe I'm going for. Kind of a this, kind of a that. Like this. It's giving toothpaste. It's totally giving toothpaste. Yeah, let's just have the one. Let's just have the one. Oh, whoopsie. Man, I forgot about Barbara. She turned out so good. All right. We'll do a simple little pass on this and make her passable. Aha. Okay. Let's get this color again. And then our... something over the top. All right, so we're just going to go in with our pencil. There's a cat doing something behind the green screen, and I, frankly, don't want to know what. All right. Oh, low-key, she should have red in her eyeliner. Right? Just kind of some fuck-ass eyebrows. Hi. The kitten is on top of my bookshelf. Very cool. Thank you, kitten. Yeah? She might be stuck. I'm gonna help her down. Cat in a situation. All right. We're gonna flesh out the beret a little. Nope. Sure. The thing about the beret is it's like, as a piece of clothing, fundamentally lumps, right? It's a hat made of lumps. Like Mario, you know? Oh, we should remember to do some blush before we're done, you know? we go. Listen, it's not like... It's not flashy, but I think she's cute. I keep calling her cute. It's because my brain is fucking fried, apparently. No, I don't know. I'm not in it. I don't have the most energy right now. Am I proud of that fact? Not really, but it's the world we're living in. I guess this needs to have like this needs to have its straps, which I did not consider. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these fingers are doing. We're gonna call it good enough, though. Let's come over here to this, like, Tunic situation. Now, Tunic, that's a good game. Yeah, there. There, we'll change that to 3 pouches, because it'll be a bit easier to make them look distinct than trying to fit 4 in there. I do worry that the plate carrier is, like, too tall. But she's got, like, a slimmer build, so that's probably fine. Like, a smaller build. She's short. She's short is what I'm saying. Can't even call people short anymore because of woke. I don't know. Here's a kind of, here's this kind of situation, and then there's like a bunch of Velcro, and these little guys have probably like snaps to keep them closed, and they got like mags in there or something. Okay. I wanna fix up these straps a little bit. And come in here. Let's Strappy, 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 strappy. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Yeah, it ain't perfect. I keep saying that today. Forgive me for my redundancy. It's because I'm not used to drawing with an audience. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, we're gonna come in here. Now, I'm worried about the angle on this hand, especially because I never really figured this hand out. But I think we can kind of just fudge it, you know? It's the nice thing about the hand being kind of far from camera and about the drawing being very little more than just a fuck-ass sketch. God, I do not like how what we ended up doing on this hand when I was doing the lines. Her thumb is just like too much. Too much thumb, girl. Okay, that's it's a compromise. It's a compromise. We'll live with it. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't define the ends of the fingerless gloves. Why did I just do that? Okay. Okay. We're gonna do the boots. We're gonna do the boots now. So this guy, this guy, this guy. Yeah, you know, that's pretty okay. It's a little bit further in profile than it probably should be, but okay. Gonna make sure this boot comes up off the sole. Some of this, some of that, some of this, and that. All right. And then we're gonna get these pants in. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. It's still like sketchy and messy, and we didn't get a lot of texture in there, but I don't think that's like a big deal, you know? We'll have to add some details on the pants real quick, but... Okay. Okay, cool. Just, again, probably some really boring ass pants ass details. And then... Yeah, that seems fine. Probably an inseam, maybe? I don't know. Might not be enough, like, texture, TBH. Like, there might not be enough going on with these here pants. Okay. Let's flesh out these wings and this hair. I'm having trouble getting this line on my wing. There we go. That'll do. That'll have to do. Okay. I cannot remember what these, like, big-ass feathers on a wing is called. Okay. Some of this, like, texturing. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. It's a little funny, silly, haha. But whatever. This is, like, not how feathers interact with one another. Okay. That's the big line on the wing. And then this, no, this, nope. This guy. This guy. This one. I guess kind of a this. Sure. Tape as war paint on cheeks or taped mouth with a frown on it. Ooh, we might do the tape on the cheeks. That's kind of fun. Since we never got around to doing like blush or anything. That seems like a good compromise. What have we not sort of sketched out here? What are we missing? Okay, let's throw in a couple more details on our plate carrier. I'm not putting a goddamn American flag on her, that's for sure. All right. All these have these like Velcros here. All right. She's a whole lot more angel than she is anything to do with the duct tape idea, but we'll do the tapey cheeks or whatever, and that we'll call it good. Okay. It's our colors are kind of fucked up, but whatever. We're just kind of finishing it up. So, can I convincingly do that? Can I? Am I capable? Don't know what her fucking mouth should be like. You know, I think part of the problem is that this is too high. This is too high up. There are other problems, but that's the only one I'm going to solve right now. Here, hang on. What have I done? Girl's eyes are not quite even. Frankly, girl, nothing about her is even. She's giving drawn with crayons, you know? Okay. All right. There's the skin tidied up. Let's come over here and do the fuck-ass blue layer. Just might as well. It might as well clean up these colors as we're finishing up. Okay. Gotta bring this back. I was just doing whatever the hell on these pants, but... Okay. That is most of that fixed. You know, mostly. Oh, wait, no. We gotta do the top of here, and then probably like right here. I did not especially realize that I'd missed some of these lines. So that might be a small problem. Okay. Is this the... Yeah, that's the white layer. So... This is one that doesn't need to be quite as exact as I think like the skin does. I don't think there's anything wrong with a little bit of a messy like color layer. In fact, we might deliberately like misalign it here at the end, but for now, there's kind of no reason for it to for the feathers to be in a completely different place on the color than the rest of it. Do that and have this. Very nice. I'm glad I kind of dialed it back in after making these wings so pointy. There's some very pointy wings. I think the round is a little more natural, a little more like bird's wing like, which is, you know, the angel wings are like dove wings, right? That's the classic idea, I think. I have no idea where that's from. Is it just that they're white? Well, you know, white doves. Obviously, not all doves are white. Okay. It's a little bit better. And we gotta fix this hair, which is this layer. That's right. All right. Get the whites of her eyes okay. Yeah, that right eye of hers is looking a little bit funny, but that's no big deal. It's because if you're doing it like stylized, it's hard to make it so you can see that a person has two eyes, but not make them look weird about it. Okay. And then is this the... Okay, that is the red. So... And then we need to... I think we gotta come here on this darker layer and clean some things up. And then we'll be just about done, I reckon. Okay. That's all right. Yeah, something like that. Probably should have sectioned out this hair a little bit more, but what can you do at this point? I guess I can... Yeah... That doesn't seem quite right to me. We'll just do that. We'll just do that. Why overcomplicate it? Her face still looks so silly. It's giving the, like, Fryron drawing that everyone was making fun of. But, whatever. Whatever. Nothing matters. International law is dead. Just do a very silly... goofy ass. Yeah, okay. Okay, hang on here. Let's clean up these eyes so they're a bit less goofy looking, and we'll do... Where's her skin layer? There we go. We'll get some, like, just like a little bit of a rosier color into those cheeks. Go back to the pencil layer. I don't think that the blushies are exactly in the right place. That's a little bit better. And then I want a... Okay, that's a little bit too saturated. That's not quite dark enough. All right, that'll do. That'll do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I never fixed these spots. Because we had to add in the straps for the elbow pads. Okay. We can just do that. Okay. We're going to come back to our pencil. Wait. That is the wrong layer. We want to be on this one. She looks so silly. The way I just slapped her face on there is so goofy. Okay, okay, okay. Here. We'll do, I think we can do some, like, feathers, right? Are they, who knows if that's feathery enough, you know? Okay. We will throw the, we'll throw some white in there and then we'll call it good. Her face is janky, but that can't be helped. I refuse to spend more time on it to fix it. Okay. One feather, and then the next feather. This is gonna be some real thrilling stream. I don't want to say content. God. Stream times. Some real thrilling stream times. Just doing 12 feathers. Well, not even feathers. 12 blobs. 12 vaguely fish-shaped white blobs. It's called stylization. You guys just wouldn't get it. Y'all need to get on my artistic level. All right, how many more? We got 3 more. 1 and our 2. And our 3. And, you know, just for shits and giggles, I'll come in here. We'll take some of our, like, color layers. Where's the wings? I want the wings. Oh, no, hang on. These ones. Yeah, okay. And we'll just shift it. Does that look good, or does that make it look even messier? I feel like it might be kind of messy for that, maybe. It might be like too... You know, I like it in concept. Misaligning it like that. You know what? Yeah, no. It's fun on the boots. We'll do it with the blue. We'll do it with the... I don't think we should do it... Yeah, we shouldn't do it with the skin. Wait, we didn't do her, we didn't do the straps on the other arm. Hang on. There. Perfectly good. No notes. No notes whatsoever. Okay. And fuck it. We're done. Good enough. She's messy. Her face looks weird, but, you know, the pose is cute. And then we'll save it as... Rem 2. And then there's Barbara. Barbara actually turned out kind of well, except for the foot that I gave up on. But, you know, I think that's adequate. I like Barbara's fish hook. We had a good time. All right, I'm calling it there. I want to go have something to eat or whatever. Thank you for coming. I know this was a goofy one, but I appreciate y'all staying with. Hello to anyone watching from VODland. We'll play a game next week. I swear. We'll do something. We'll do something less this. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you next week. Goodbye. Leave me alone.